Good evening and welcome to Election Night Live, brought to you by the Conservative Five, an online television program of Liberty Nation News. I'm your host, Sarah Cowgill. If you go to our website, libertynation.com, we have a one-stop shop for all your election needs, including stats at a glance and the latest election facts. Tonight is the night America has been waiting for, and we will be with you on the bottom of the hour, delivering the kind of information you need and have become accustomed to. All facts and light on opinion, but we hope with plenty of meaningful analysis. Joining me this hour to kick it all off are some of the best political minds in the business, including Lisa K. Donner, Scott Cosenza, Tim Donner, and John Clark. Well, folks, there's not a lot of results to tell you about, but what we have seen all day could give us some insight. Tim, how about we start with you?
Well, I thought one of the most staggering numbers that we got was that 84 million people voted early. Wow. And that includes both just regular voting only before Election Day and mail-in ballots. We don't have an exact breakdown, but that's a remarkable number. And I think it's largely remarkable because so many Americans voted early. So many Republicans voted early after Donald Trump in 2020 said, don't vote early. Don't write in a mail-in ballot because it wasn't trustworthy. It's very different this time. The exit polling and Fox News voter analysis show that 70% of the country believe we're on the wrong track. That's a notable number. But even more notable from the Fox voter analysis, which is of 120,000 people conducted over the last several days. And it shows that 82% of Americans who voted are wanting either upheaval, that's the word they used, or substantial change. That's an enormous number in a very stable democracy, which we are. 80% of people said they decided who to vote for before September. Now, in terms of today's events, there was an early red alert for Republicans because two heavily Republican pro-Trump counties in Pennsylvania had sudden malfunctions with their voting machines. Now, supposedly, it's been fixed, but we'll have to see. The polls have been extended, or the closing hours have been extended to 10 p.m. in those counties. Clearly, the path to victory for Kamala Harris is probably more narrow than Donald Trump. If she wins the three so-called blue wall states of the upper Midwest, Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, together with getting that one vote in a blue district in Nebraska by Omaha, she would hit 270 on the mark. Whereas Trump, if he wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, he hits 270 on the mark. I think early indicators will come from Florida in terms of the margin of victory for Donald Trump there. He will win Florida by all accounts, but he won by 3% last time. If he wins by, say, 8 to 10%, that will tell you something. Likewise, New Hampshire will report early, just like Florida.
But still, Tim, when you look at this, Pennsylvania is the road to all happiness.
Well, it certainly is.
That's the road to victory. It is the Keystone State for a reason.
Well, and notice that I said that both paths to victory for either Harris or Trump run directly through Pennsylvania.
Exactly. I want to let everybody know I'm running a focus group tonight of a broad cross-section of Americans. And one gal we have is a retired nurse in Pennsylvania. I asked her just before we went on the broadcast, how are you feeling? And she said, guardedly optimistic with a side of nausea. I'll feel better when the numbers start coming in. I thought that
sort of sounds like everybody.
That's actually Kamala's line, I think. I heard it used multiple times on The View today, which I checked in to see what another panel show was up to.
I'm sort of disappointed in you for that.
By the way, I think I'm the only one on the show who has a confidential source inside of a Pennsylvania precinct in Philadelphia, which I do. And I was told that they have outsized Republican representation over the previous presidential cycle.
Oh,
So
that's really interesting. That's a very interesting point.
That's interesting.
I've got another focus group gal. She's down in Georgia, and she wrote "Scared to Death." So I think that really, kind of sums up how people are feeling so far. The numbers that have come in are really small, 2% in Kentucky. For Trump, we've got, let's see, somebody.
62%.
Trump 63% for Trump, 35% for Harris. In Indiana, with 2% of the precincts reported in, Trump 71% and Harris 26%. Of course, these don't mean much right now with just 2% reporting in. But there is news
Trump will win both of those states for sure.
Yeah, but there is news that there is news that there will be some quick counts in Georgia, which is good.
Yes.
And a couple of other places, not Pennsylvania, but I think the quicker we can get this over with, the better everyone's going to feel.
Absolutely. I mean, I would love to see it decided tonight. Just these drag on elections. I don't know, but I think one of the weirdest things, or maybe not weird, it's the whole Guam effect. And I want John Clark to talk to me about the Guam effect.
Oh,
I know. It's just,
why are you picking on me? I'm no expert on Guam. I did read the materials though, and I don't know whether it is a predictor. It's been suggested it's a predictor, but I think this is such a kaleidoscope of polls right now. And in fact, I think Tim inadvertently hit upon it by pointing out that people are concerned about the economy. I read it a piece earlier, I think it was in Reuters, where they suggested the biggest issue for a lot of Americans is democracy. And of course, that's, an interesting term. And so I think a lot of it has to do with how you prioritize. There's been a big push that it should be about abortion. So I think part of the unknown is we don't really know perhaps how voters, when they walk in there, which issue, as opposed to which person, if they're not policy oriented, is going to shape their decision. But I'm sorry, I'm not going to pretend that I know a lot about the Guam vote, other than it seems to have gone for Kamala Harris.
Well, it was 13% advantage for Biden in 2020. He won Guam by 13%, and Harris won it by 3%, for what that's worth. And then, of course, there's the all-important vote in
Dixville Notch,
New Hampshire, where Biden swept all 6 votes in that town in 2020. And this year, and of course, they famously vote at 12:01 a.m. on Election Day. It was tied, 3 for Harris, 3 for Trump. So put that in your pipe and smoke it for what it's worth.
There's another statistic that is new news, which is the latest Florida vote totals. Now, Florida hasn't released, the polls haven't closed there, so we don't know the reporting numbers, but they do a live update on who has voted by party affiliation. And it looks like we're seeing fewer Democrats go to the polls as a percentage of registered voters and more Republicans going to the polls as a registered voter. And I think Trump said it in his last rally, it's about who shows up, meaning if the turnout's better for him than by affiliation, then it's likely he will win. And if not, then he will likely lose. Come on.
In terms of, go ahead, Scott.
Please.
In terms of events of the day, there was a lot of chatter about terrorism, and apparently there was a bomb threat in Georgia, which was confirmed by the Secretary of State Raffensperger. Do I have that right,
yes.
Jim?
Brad Raffensperger, yes.
They were saying that it had Russia's fingerprints on it, but then I heard other people saying, no, that isn't true, but nothing happened. It was a false threat. So far,
weird stuff like
everything's pretty safe at the polls, and the FBI's out doing their job, I think, today.
Just Scott's point, I do think a lot of Republicans still wait to vote on Election Day. And I think, and I was one of them, if that's all right to say, I voted today. And I also think a lot the statistics show a lot of what we might call soft voters, particularly soft Republican voters who often don't vote, may be coming out. So I think for both sides, they'll be looking to motivate the people who are not regular voters. So I think
for the first time this election, John, I did not vote on Election Day, and it felt a little weird going early. And I miss, I'm 51 now, and every cycle, for every election, I've gone to the polls on that day, you know, and it feels a little weird not doing it that way. But I had a family event that required me to do it that way this year. So
It's interesting you say that, Scott, because I got pushback from my kids. They definitely did not want to vote early, but we found it to be a pretty good experience.
Well, it's the same thing as election day, only the lines are shorter. And this has required a real change of behavior among Republicans, because Trump has sent out an opposite message this year: vote early, vote early. Whereas last time, in arguably a really significant mistake, he told voters not to trust mail-in balloting and to vote on election day, which of course caused him to go to a big lead with the election day votes. And then later, all the write-in ballots came trickling in. So a lead for him at 10 or 11 o'clock at night on election day evaporated by the time everybody woke up the next morning.
So what do we think about all the last minute endorsements? Joe Rogan endorsed Trump.
Megyn Kelly endorsed
Megyn
Trump.
Kelly. Well, I didn't see that one coming. I wasn't surprised about Joe Rogan, but is that going to move a needle for Trump or?
Well, he's after young male voters. He wants to flood the zone with as many male voters, particularly young voters. And it seems that Gen Z has turned more conservative, unlike their millennial cohorts. That the rebels now, the rebellious ones, 18 to 29, are turning more to the right than the millennials of 30 years old and beyond.
I do understand that Joe Rogan's demographics are heavily male, and
heavily
they
young
skew
too.
and they skew younger too. So that could be something, you know.
I just got a message from our editor-in-chief, and he said that there's been a Georgia poll worker arrested for the bomb threat. So that's about all they know for that bomb threat, according to the DOJ. So.
Thank you for that information. That's very interesting. Well, we got a lot ahead, don't we? Tonight, we're just beginning. And
we are just beginning. We just have a few polls have closed, but a lot to come. And I can see this is going to be a pretty interesting, maybe even fun night for all of us. So let's check out now, and we'll see you guys all back here at 7:30 for our next analysis and updates. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
Conservative Five with Lisa K. Donner, John Clark, Dave Patterson, and Tim Donner. Well, the polls have closed in Georgia, Kentucky, Indiana, North Carolina, Ohio, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. And we're hearing early rumbles. We know that Indiana has been called for President Trump, and that Kentucky has been called for Trump, and that Vermont has been called for Vice President Kamala Harris. And I'm going to start with you, John Clark, since you kind of live in that neck of the woods.
I do. And yes, I don't think that's a tremendous shocker for people that know about Vermont. We could have predicted that one about 4 years ago. But there are some changes going on in Vermont that I think are anecdotal. Tim Donner wrote a great piece this morning about how one way we might all get an indication of where this election is going is looking as we get results about the relative margins between the parties in 2020 versus now. And this is a super progressive state with a super majority of Democrats, and they have pushed through a lot of very costly programs in the last few years. So there's actually, I think, going to be an interesting switch. I don't have the numbers, but this is a state with only one statewide Republican candidate. His name is Phil Scott, our governor. And there's a big battle here going on for lieutenant governor and a lot of down ticket races. It's even anticipated that the supermajority may lose their hold on the Vermont Senate. So in keeping with what Tim's saying, I suspect that even though it was a foregone conclusion that Kamala Harris would win the Green Mountain State, we're looking at other states. Remember, this is a state of 639,000 people. I think Pennsylvania has towns or certainly counties bigger than our whole state. That's why we can count faster. We don't have as much to count. But so, yeah, I think there still are signs even here with 15 to 25% property tax increases in 1 year, that there could be some people voting about issues like the economy rather than abortion.
Well, I knew, Indiana's a very conservative state, and so there was no way that it was going to swing even closer to the middle. I mean, you're dealing with a lot of rural people, a lot of farmers, very, very large numbers of manufacturers and day laborers. So that was obvious. Kentucky is kind of interesting to me. I didn't see it going any which way, but it seems to be kind of early to call. Anybody?
Dave, you're nearby Kentucky, and you were telling me a little bit before we got on the air. What's your
I think
Kentucky?
it's not surprising that Kentucky, for the third consecutive election, with its 8 electoral votes, has gone for Trump. It has in the past, and this time, however, the Republican nominee was in fact endorsed by Senator McConnell, and so that was kind of an interesting turn of events, as he's not been a particular fan of Donald Trump, and so I think that was helpful. But there's something about Kentucky, I think, that most people can identify with, and that they're hardworking. They have a great amount of investment in coal in the eastern part of Kentucky, and anybody who starts to put coal at risk is going to be thought of in not highest regard. And I think that's one of the reasons why Vice President Harris has not done particularly well. But simply put, Kentucky was pretty safe for Donald Trump, and so that is, as we see, he was Associated Press declared Trump the winner at 7 p.m.
Yeah. Now, Sarah, I'm going to break in with a little bit of news from our editor-in-chief, Mark Angelides.
Sure.
Apparently, the Senate race in West Virginia has been called for Jim Justice, and that's a net gain for the GOP. Tim, what do you have to say?
Well, that talk about a foregone conclusion. Justice had a lead of about 30 points in arguably the most Republican state in the entire country. The only statewide Democrat who held office was Joe Manchin. And when he retired, the Democrats completely wrote the state off. So that essentially puts the Senate at 50-50. And now later this evening, probably in time for us to report it, we would expect that John Tester, the Democrat incumbent senator in Montana, will have been defeated by Tim Sheehy, an impressive Republican candidate. That would put the Republicans at 51. seats to 49, assuring them a Senate majority. And of course, there's about 4 or 5 other races across the upper Midwest that are very competitive as well. If the Republicans can pick up 1 or 2 of those, they could have 52, 53, maybe even 54 seats in the Senate. But a lot of that depends on Trump's performance, because ticket splitting is not something that goes on much anymore, because we're such a bitterly divided country that most people vote straight D or straight R. Now, there's one exception this year that's starting to show up. We don't have a ton of data, but in Georgia, where we'll have some serious data for you in the next hour, it looks like, according to Fox Voter Analysis, Fox News, and again, this is 120,000 people over a period of several days leading up to today and including today, it looks like in Georgia that Donald Trump will get 15% of the black vote, and that would include 25% among men. If that's a pattern that holds in the swing states of both the Sun Belt and the Rust Belt, we're looking at something of a realignment of the electorate, because, of course, Democrats have generally voted 90 to 98% for Democrats. But we saw that Harris's support was starting to crater, just like Biden's was before he dropped out of the race.
Another little piece of news, Tim, I want to break in here is the AP has just called West Virginia for Trump. So again, that's no surprise. But
there's a problem.
What may be a bit of a surprise, I just want to break in here. One of the people in our focus group, a gal from Florida who is an artist, was telling me that Trump is winning Miami-Dade. She lives in Florida.
He is. He's winning it by about 8%. And of course, Miami-Dade, along with the adjacent Broward County, have been heavy Democrat strongholds.
Royal blue. They've always been royal blue
over the years. But Ron DeSantis has almost single-handedly turned Florida from a swing state to a solid red state. It wasn't even competitive this year. It's the first time in a long time that the Democratic presidential candidate hasn't even campaigned in Florida. Now, at the same time, Trump may be having sort of the expected.
Okay, Tim's frozen, it looks like.
I think that one of the things that Lisa, you brought up, or John Clark brought up, is about Ohio. And clearly an early estimate by the AP has Bernie Moreno, the GOP candidate, at 52.5% and Sherrod Brown at 44.8%. So there is early indication that perhaps the Republican Senate candidate has some legs in Ohio.
That is interesting.
And there's competitive races in Michigan and Wisconsin as well, where the Republicans, again, will be largely at the mercy of how Donald Trump does at the top of the ballot. But this year, interestingly enough, Trump is actually outperforming most of the Republican candidates in swing districts, whereas 4 years ago, he underperformed the House candidates. A little bit more about the suburbs, though. Indiana was a one-sided victory for Trump as expected, but there was 1 or 2 key suburban counties in Indiana where Trump, his margin was significantly down from 2016 and 2020. So the black vote and the suburban vote are the 2 things we'll be looking at the most heavily, as Georgia reports within the next hour will get significant numbers. Also, North Carolina, both of them should have meaningful numbers, perhaps as much as 80% by about 8:30 or 9 o'clock.
Now, you're an Indiana girl, Sarah. So tell us a little bit about, I gather you're not too surprised that Indiana went quickly.
I'm absolutely not surprised that it would go quickly. It's very conservative, very deeply red. You've got a few. Bloomington is a blue metropolis. Indianapolis is blue, but overall, the entire state really is very rural, and they're very conservative. They're not going to vote for a progressive administration. That would scare the daylights out of these people. So no surprises there at all. And yeah, suburbans, sure, here and there, but that's progressive. And even the people I know in the progressive areas we're not excited to cast a vote for the new Democratic Party the way it stands.
Again, our Liberty Nation focus group is coming in with some numbers, and they're saying that Trump is up 60 to 39% in Georgia, but it's still awfully early there. John, do you have any thoughts about Georgia at all?
Well, it's an important state, obviously, and it went to Biden in 2020, and I think you've got better numbers there than I have. But I think a lot of that, as we're discussing, there could be a mismatch with the down seats. So I wonder if maybe Bernie Sanders is in play here in Vermont. Gerald McCoy is challenging him. But so Georgia, I don't have a read on it, but the numbers you just gave certainly seem to indicate that it might be one of those pivotal states that that Donald Trump needs if he's going to win this
It
election.
could be Tim had his finger on the pulse with the men and the minority vote there, right, Tim?
Yes, and I think, if you want to boil down this entire election to a single issue, it is, will the men voting for Trump in big numbers outdistance the women voting for Kamala
Harris.
in large numbers? It's the gender gap is real. Each of them has about a 14 to 15 point lead among men for Trump, women for Harris. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. One thing to note about North Carolina, which will come in soon, is that Trump was really brought low in some sense by the Republican gubernatorial candidate there, Mark Robinson, who's running 15 or 20 points behind because he made some extreme statements. And Trump has distanced himself from that Republican. But that's kind of a heavy lift to have to win when you've got a candidate on the ballot who is widely disliked in the Tar Heel state. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But we'll have some significant numbers by
the next hour.
Hour. And keep your eye on Virginia, too, because Glenn Youngkin has been extremely active on the ground, and he's very popular, the governor of Virginia.
That's a good
very
point.
active in support of Trump. So let's see what the margin is like there. Again, the size of the margin will tell us something. Harris will likely win Virginia, but will she win by the 5% she's expected to, or will it be more like 2 or 3%, or 7 or 8%? That will tell us something more. That'll be worthwhile.
Okay.
All right, folks. We'll be back at the end of the hour, but in the meantime, go to our website, libertynation.com. We do have that one-stop shop for all your election needs, including stats at a glance and the latest election facts. We'll see you at the bottom of the hour. Dave Patterson and Tim Donner, Graham Noble, and we have back on panel.
Back by popular demand.
Yes, by our little economic comic. So let's hit it, guys. We've had too many technical difficulties. We have had a lot of things happen over the last hour, and let's start out with Andrew Moran, who is chomping at the bit to say something.
Well, I'm going to say the first thing I've noticed tremendously has been the rally in Trump media stock, or DJT. It's rallied about 30% in the last hour, topping $41 a share. Another interesting development in the electoral race has been North Carolina. This could be a dual result state because Josh Stein, the Democrat, he's the projected winner to defeat the controversial Mark Robinson. But if you look at the general race between Harris and Trump, it's more of a tighter race. Harris leads by just 1%. And another trend I've noticed, a lot of analysts were worried about heading into the election, was the impact of third-party candidates like Chase Oliver, Jill Stein. So far, their impacts on places like North Carolina, Texas, or Ohio has been very minimal, with even combined barely cracking 1%.
I think the big news so far has to be Florida, where Donald Trump is winning by 13 points with about 90% of the votes counted. He won by 3 points last time, so he's upped his percentage by 10%. At the same time, there were two controversial amendments proposed on that ballot for extending the or limiting the ban on abortion and for the legalization of recreational marijuana. Both of those appear to have failed because they needed 60% in order to become constitutional amendments. At the same time, Senator Rick Scott was reelected in Florida, which is no surprise, but his margin was also quite large. Right now, we're at, according to Fox News, 105 electoral votes for Trump, 72 for Kamala Harris. The AP has it 101 to 49, but there have been no real surprises yet.
Well, actually, in Florida, I would say Miami-Dade has been the real surprise because Trump actually flipped Miami-Dade. Although if you watch the gubernatorial race with Ron DeSantis, he also, I believe, won that district as well.
I think we already knew Florida was going to go heavy in on Trump. I don't think that's a surprise at all.
Well, but 13 points is a lot more than 3 that he got in 2020. It's also significant that a county just adjacent to where I'm speaking from now, Loudoun County, Virginia, is considered a critical bellwether county, so to speak. And Trump has cut into the Democrat Harris's margin by 8% compared to Joe Biden back in 2020. That's a significant difference. Loudoun County is one of maybe a half dozen to a dozen indicators of the way that, a race is going nationally. And at the same time, it's only about 35% of the vote counted in the state of Virginia, but Trump is actually in the lead. And I don't believe he's ever led for any portion of the night on the last two elections.
Not even on the first 3 votes.
Yes.
This state has always tended to go dark blue. Graham, you want to weigh in here?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting the way the numbers change. And of course, you always have to be aware of what precincts are counting, because sometimes there are huge swings.
Yes.
1 minute it's like, watching Ohio there. Trump he was out with a very significant percentage ahead of Harris. And then just a little while later, Harris had completely wiped out that lead and she was ahead, and now Trump is ahead again. So it depends. Probably some of those larger blue metropolitan areas reported, and that gave Harris a huge bump. But, maybe still too early to call, but Ohio's kind of looking good for Trump, as we all imagine it would be. But I was watching a couple of interesting Senate races, and maybe they're not going to be as surprising as I thought they possibly would be. Two incumbents, Democrat Sherrod Brown in Ohio was looking a bit shaky there for a while, but he's kind of it looks like he's probably going to pull off a win. And the same with Cruz. It was really, really tight there for a little bit, and Cruz was even behind fractionally. But now he looks like he's probably on track to keep hold of his seat.
I think in Ohio, though, Sherrod Brown's lead is about 3%, but you've only had about 41% of the vote counted. So there's still an awful lot of precincts yet to report. But if Bernie Moreno can defeat the three-time incumbent Sherrod Brown, it would probably give the Republican.
Well, I think
they
one of
win
the states,
in Montana, which they're heavily favored to do.
one of the states that I think is important to watch because it has shown that Trump had been behind significantly throughout the evening and now has pulled ahead and that's North Carolina. And I don't think that you can discount the importance of his persistent campaigning in North Carolina. I think that's been the secret to success, especially the failure of the government to be more helpful during Hurricane Helene.
The Republicans have been able to hold on to North Carolina since Obama won in 2008, Romney won in 2012, Trump won in 2016, and so on and so forth. So whether or not they can sustain that momentum in that state should be really fascinating to watch, especially as mentioned earlier with the gubernatorial contest in favor of Josh Stein.
Well, in North Carolina, I pointed this out last hour, but it should be emphasized again that Donald Trump has to carry the baggage of a very unpopular gubernatorial candidate, the Republican Mark Robinson. So he's to some extent got to hope that the ticket splitters go his way because he is ahead, probably slightly ahead in the final polls in North Carolina, but Robinson was down by between 15 and 20 points. So that is dragging down the top of the ticket to some degree. And we'll see how much of an influence that has. So far, we only have about 20% of the votes counted in North Carolina. Trump's ahead by about 6 points. But with 20% of the vote counted, it's hard to draw any conclusions in that state so far.
So what big states are we looking at right now that the polls have closed and things are starting to flood in? I mean, what are we going to see here in the next 20, 30 minutes come in?
Well, Georgia and North Carolina should be reporting heavily over the next hour or two, and that'll give us a pretty good sense of where the race is headed nationally, because there is such a thing. There's all these individual battleground states, but Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania have always voted as a block in, I think, the last 6 elections. When Pennsylvania goes one way, so do Wisconsin and Michigan. And we have nothing from any of those states yet. Pennsylvania's barely, a small vote has trickled in, but nothing that signifies much of anything. But I think North Carolina and Georgia will be the first to give us a real sense of where this race is headed. And I would think by about 10 p.m.
Well, according to AP right now, 53% of the votes counted in Georgia, and Trump is up is at 11.1 percentage point lead right now.
That's pretty significant at this point.
I would imagine, though, that there's probably many votes from Fulton County, the largest county in Georgia, that still haven't been counted.
So we're going to see that lead narrow.
I would think so, yes.
And I think, too, that one of the things that we have to consider is that in Pennsylvania, the vote count will probably not be as rapid as in other states.
Yes, that's a polite way of putting it.
I mean, we still got half the country that hasn't, the polls haven't even closed yet. So, there's a lot to come, but most of it's on this side of the Mississippi. If you really want, the cold hard facts, the most watched races are going to be on this side of the Mississippi, not on the West Coast. And
Arizona is about the only one, along with Nevada, that appear to be competitive.
Right.
All the others along the far left coast, Washington, Oregon, California, will all, Harris will win those all easily, and Trump will win Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, and all the so-called big sky states out there, those aren't competitive either. And Montana, of course, is where Trump will also win and hopes to drag the Republican challenger, Tim Sheehy, across the finish line to unseat John Tester. And when and if he does that, that will assure a Republican majority in the Senate, which means Trump will either Trump will have a solid Senate to work with, or Kamala Harris will, if she wins, will be checked by the Republican majority in the Senate and not be able to get much done in terms of legislation.
Oh, that balance of power can be sticky sometimes.
And there's the House, of course, which at this point, I think it's anybody's guess. It's almost tied. Republicans can only afford to lose about 2 or 3 seats in order to hold their majority. And there's about 40, 45 competitive House seats, none of which have been called yet. So it's going to be a long night in determining who's going to control the House.
So when do we think we're going to, just ballpark it for me. When do we think we will know really legitimately the presidential race?
Probably 1 o'clock in the morning.
I'd say 1 to 2 a.m. But, Pennsylvania counts for days. Pennsylvania counts for days. But if Trump has a margin of, say, 2% by the time we go to sleep tonight, he should be fairly safe in winning Pennsylvania. Likewise for Kamala Harris. If it's anything less than 2%, the counting's going to keep going on. The question is how relevant it will be, because we'll probably hear from Wisconsin and maybe Michigan. And if Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina and Arizona and Michigan and Wisconsin, Pennsylvania will suddenly become inconsequential.
I kind of hope Arizona counts a little bit faster than they did the last time. And they've been warning, that it could take days.
But they will close in 15. They'll close in 15 minutes in Arizona. And they promised that they'll release a significant tranche of votes fairly quickly. At least that's what they claim.
And we always have to remember that in a lot of these states, they have laws that allow for a recount if the vote margin is less than 1%.
But I've never seen a recount that reverses the result of an election. I think there's only been one in a federal race in like the last half century. So they're pretty much pro forma.
Yeah, it's true. But most of those recounts are in small municipal elections where it does matter 1 or 2 votes, right?
I think there was a race in Virginia, was it 4 or 6 years ago, that finished in an actual flat-footed tie, which is the first time I've seen that happen except maybe in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, where the candidate got 3 votes.
Yeah, there's no percentage problems that we can all do that math.
Yes,
hey guys, we gotta wrap this up for right now, but we'll be back at the end of the next hour. In the meantime, go to our website, libertynation.com. We have one-stop shop for all your election needs, including stats at a glance and the latest election facts. But join us, same panel, in about 45 minutes, and we'll update you to everything that's going on. Thanks a lot, guys.
See you then.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Sarah Cowgill, and welcome back to the Election Night Live with the Conservative Five. I'm here with Tim Donner, Andrew Moran, Dave Patterson, and Graham Noble. A lot of news happening now with the polls closed in a majority of states, and we're going to get right in it for you. So I'm going to let Graham have at it.
Well, Sarah, since we were here last, all that time ago, about an hour ago, the race has been called in Ohio for former President Donald Trump. AP has called it, Fox has called it, New York Times, I believe, also has called it. I was still watching because I was intrigued by those two Senate races, and it's kind of interesting because I must admit, for a little while, I thought Cruz was possibly going to be in trouble this time around. But now he's well, at least Fox anyway has called, and I believe AP as well has called it for Cruz to keep his Senate seat. And I think he won. I think he won this time around by more than he did last time. So I guess he's pretty happy.
Yeah.
The other one that I find interesting though is Sherrod Brown, and of course you'll remember that it was only a few years ago that Sherrod Brown was almost considered like a star of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
People were talking about him maybe running for Senate, and right now with 58, a little over 58% of the votes counted, he is, well, he's behind by 3 point something percentage points.
Oh.
So that's so things are not looking too good for Mr. Brown up there in Ohio, which of course is not a good sign for Democrats if they want to maintain control of the Senate.
Well, I think that's pretty much a foregone conclusion that they're going to lose control of the Senate unless John Tester pulls off a massive upset and maintains his seat in Montana. But he's been down by about 7% in the polls. By the way, Moreno's lead has now risen to about 5%. Bernie Moreno running for the Senate in Ohio with about 60% of the votes counted. Other things, here's an interesting one, because as we've constantly reported on LibertyNation.com, the betting odds are in many ways the best indicator of which way the race is going. As we pulled in this morning, Donald Trump was a 58% chance to win the election. That number is now up to 69% in the betting markets. Now, we'll caution that in 2020, when everyone went to sleep at about 11 o'clock, Trump was at about 80% in the betting odds. And then, of course, everything changed overnight. So we have to deal with that with caution. But there's a lot of good signs for Trump so far. In Florida, he's up by 14 points, as opposed to 3% ahead last time. That's an enormous number, even in undeniably red Florida. Trump is up by 5% in North Carolina with 42% of the vote in. He's up 6 in Georgia with 68% of the vote in. As Graham said, Ted Cruz has been called the winner in Texas. Trump has also won Ohio. There's other indications too. Virginia is much tighter than most people expected. Apparently, Governor Glenn Youngkin has said this race is going to be razor thin, really tight in Virginia, where Harris was about 5% ahead in the polls. And also in the critical suburbs of Pennsylvania, Harris is up by 6% over Trump, which may sound good for her, but not when you compare it to the 10% that Biden led by in 2020. So there's some bad warning signs for Kamala Harris already in Pennsylvania. And let's not forget that the black vote in Georgia, which could be a bellwether for the rest of the country or the other swing states, Trump has scored about 15% of the black vote, including 25% among black men. Those numbers make Kamala Harris essentially unelectable if they carry over to the other swing states.
But
Well,
of course,
Andrew,
but shocking news in Kamala Harris's favor that I'm just reading here. The Associated Press has called New York and Illinois for Kamala. So
that's
No,
no
she can
surprise.
breathe a sigh of relief. But
I
it will
mean,
be
but look at
interesting
Trump,
still
Trump
to
might be a
see.
little upset. He thought maybe he could sway New York, but let's face it, we knew that wasn't really an option. Andrew, you have the numbers kind of down pat. Where are we going here? What are we looking at percentage wise? Is really just half. What? Tell me presidentially what we are looking at currently.
Well, Pennsylvania, the numbers are still rolling in. I think about 25% of the vote has come in. And excuse me, Kamala Harris has a sizable lead. But what I noticed more when you dive deeper into the state, you see the major percentage gains in the major urban centers. You look at Philadelphia, she has a 70% lead. She has leads in Pittsburgh. She has leads in Scranton. But when it comes to the broader national polling, I think there are two demographics that I find interesting. One is Latino, and the other is the young people supporting Trump. So there's this polling analyst on X, and he says, from the numbers I've seen, I just cannot believe what I'm witnessing right now. And you look at the Latinos, Trump's support among Latinos has actually increased 13 points from the 2020 election. And we talked about this on the C5 recently, and his support among Latino male voters has actually dramatically increased and has helped him a lot. Young voters, that has been a surprise too. A lot of exit polls show that Trump had garnered 51% of the youth vote in 2024. In 2020, that's up from 37%. And in the swing states, Michigan, he has 51% of the youth vote, 47% in Wisconsin. So those are really interesting numbers for the future of either Trump or the Republican Party. And when it comes to other election races, Graham and Tim referenced it. If you look at Michigan, Alyssa Slotkin, Democrat, she's leading by 10%. In Pennsylvania, it's still about 20% of the vote coming in, but Bob Casey, he has about 20% of the vote. In Wisconsin, Eric Hovde, the Republican, he's leading by 20%. But these are all just preliminary numbers, and more are going to come in. More of the precincts are going to be releasing the numbers coming in.
Dave, what do you got going on? What have you been looking at mostly tonight?
Well, I was mostly looking at Texas, and I thought that Ted Cruz's campaign was, always on the razor edge of desperation, and to have him win or be identified as the winner with essentially twice the percentage that he won last time, that probably is a pretty good indicator of how the rest of the down ballot folks are going to fare. The other thing that I'm very much intrigued by Virginia, and even Donald Trump is up by about 0.6%, 1.6%, but the thing that I find very fascinating is that the Senate candidate, the Republican Senate candidate, Cow, is within 2 points of the incumbent Kane, and nobody expected him to be even close. So that's really quite remarkable. And so as they say, stay tuned, eh?
Well, there's
By
lots
the
of good.
way,
I mean, if you're in the Trump campaign right now, I think you're going to be thinking, "Hey, signs are kind of pointing in a positive direction." Of course, I don't think either campaign is taking any vote for granted at this point. But again, I don't see the big upset anywhere yet, and maybe I'm not looking at what you guys are looking at, but I don't see it yet. I don't see anybody. I see this going into days.
well, the betting markets tell you the story that Trump has gone up from 58 to 69%, according to people who put their cold hard cash on the barrelhead for this race. And by the way, the Associated Press has just called Texas for Donald Trump. No surprise, but that's 40 electoral votes.
Right.
And he's ahead by about 11%, with 63% of the votes counted. He was only about 6 or 7, maybe 6.5 points ahead in the final polls in Texas. So he appears to be outperforming expectations there. And again, the swing states have to be won, of course, but the margins in blue and red states will paint a picture by themselves. And with Trump winning by, okay, so it's only 63%, but he's winning by 11% in Texas and by 14 points in Florida. Those are pretty massive indicators that Trump is doing well.
The thing that's always out there that that dark at the end of the tunnel is California with the 50 votes or 50 electoral votes.
Right, but of course those have been baked in just like Texas and Florida. So
that's already factored,
Well, there haven't been any surprises yet. I mean, there's not a single state has seen an upset victory by either candidate.
So what are we looking at? What's going on in Michigan and Wisconsin?
Still very early.
Too early?
Right now,
are we still too early in those states?
Yeah,
Harris is ahead by 2 points in Wisconsin with about 20% of the vote counted.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm looking at the popular vote too. I'm just looking at the numbers here from NBC, and Trump has a 5% lead in the national popular vote. We're still a way to go, but with all the talk about Trump never winning the popular votes at this stage of the game, that's a decent lead for him.
Well, of course, it's all in the Electoral College to win the presidency. But if Trump wins a popular vote, he'd be the first Republican to win popular vote in 20 years. If he wins the popular vote in addition to the Electoral College, that'll give him a much stronger mandate than if he just slides by and loses the popular vote.
Right.
I think something that is interesting is that Ohio, Northern Ohio, particularly very highly manufacturing and also very heavily invested in the auto industry. And I think they took to heart the fact that a mandate for EVs was going to kill their jobs, whereas Michigan may not have done it so much because they're continuing to show about an 8% percentage difference between Harris and Trump.
Very early, though.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I thought was extremely interesting was, you talk about the union endorsements in the Rust Belt and the Midwest, and a lot of the unions endorsed Harris as, because they're labor, but a lot of the majority of their members disputed that, and they were coming out with that, and that was being allowed to come out, that the Teamsters, for instance, didn't endorse anybody, but 68% of their members said that they were going for Trump. So I think that means a lot as well when you're looking at the individual vote versus the endorsement, so to speak.
And to your point, the auto workers, they were organized auto workers for Trump. That must have made their leadership feel great.
Yeah, there's increasingly a disconnect between union leadership and the rank and file. And I don't think the rank and file, frankly, gives a damn what their leaders tell them, the way they tell them they should vote, or that the endorsement. As a matter of fact, I don't think endorsements, and Corey Smith did a great story on this morning on libertynation.com about how the way candidates get elected may have changed forever. For example, podcasts. Is at the one end, and the other end is the LA Times and the Washington Post and USA Today not endorsing anybody. I don't think people look to newspaper endorsements unless you get like the New York Times endorsing Trump or the New York Post endorsing Harris. Yeah. Other than that, it's like, sure, so the Washington Post endorses Harris. Oh, wait, they didn't. And that had to hurt.
Well, the podcasts
going forward,
the podcasts are really a force to be reckoned with. I mean, where is it that you can spend 3 hours of your life talking to Joe Rogan, and you get between 30 and 40 million people watching you? I mean, that's astounding, and by any manner of measure.
I wonder if maybe that was one of the mistakes that the Harris campaign made. is just not accepting that invitation.
By the way, an update on Georgia now with 78% of the vote counted. Trump is up by 5.4%. So that's a big mountain for Harris to climb if she expects to win the Peach State.
Well, guys, on that note, I think we're gonna end this one, and we'll be back at the bottom of the hour again with all the information that you can use to talk at the cocktail reception. But in the meantime, go to our website, libertynation.com. We have a one-stop shop for all your election needs, including stats at a glance. Now, for the good stuff. Actually, Liberty Nation does not endorse candidates, campaigns, or legislation, and this presentation is no endorsement. See you back at the next bottom of the hour, guys. Thanks.
See ya.
Hi, I'm Sarah Cowgill, and welcome back to the Election Night Live with the Conservative Five. I'm here with Tim Donner, Andrew Moran, Dave Patterson, and Graham Noble. Lots of news happening now in a majority of states, so let's get all in it. And Andrew, I know you're chomping at the bit. Let's go.
Yeah, it's 10:30 and I was exhausted, but I looked at CNBC on the latest market news, and oh my goodness, the rocketing that's been happening. The Dow Jones up 600 points, S&P's up 1.5%, the Nasdaq's up about 2%. Bitcoin just hit an all-time high of $75,000. The U.S. dollar index has just been rallying out of nowhere. The U.S. bond market has just continued its upward climb. The benchmark 10-year yield is up about 15 basis points. So this is astounding of what's going on. So with crypto, one of the reasons why it's rallying is because Trump is a very pro-Bitcoin candidate, and he wants to start a Bitcoin strategic reserve. He wants to fire SEC chair Gary Gensler. So he's his campaign has been all pro crypto. But on the bond market side, that's a bit more of a concern, because likely one of the reasons why the treasury yields are climbing as much as they are is because of fear that Trump's tax cuts and will result in lower revenues, which will force the government to borrow more. And the way the government's flooded the capital markets with all these bonds, there's going to be little demand. So the yields are going to rise on these bonds. But overall, the green you're seeing in the markets at this stage of the election is just really mind-boggling, and for me, a lot of fun to watch.
Let me
So
give
what
you
does
a
that say?
couple of
What does that say?
well, let me give you the basis upon which the financial markets are soaring, and that is the betting markets are now 80% a Trump victory. In other words, 80% of the people are betting that Trump will win. The New York Times, 80% that Trump will win. So right now, let's just put it this way, I would rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. The signs are unmistakable. The Associated Press did a national exit poll, essentially, found that Donald Trump is winning 23% of the black vote. Let me repeat that. Donald Trump is winning 23% of the black vote. While we saw signs that the black vote was turning from the Democrats finally, fine. But what do we see on Election Day? We see the same thing. Trump is competitive in Virginia. He's actually leading, although there's still a lot of votes to be counted. He won Florida by 14 points. He is up 5% in North Carolina with 75% of the vote in. He's up 3 points in Georgia with 88% of the vote in. Neither of those states have been called yet. But he's also up 3% in Pennsylvania with 55% of the vote counted. And remember, that includes most of the mail-in votes, which heavily favor Democrats. So the path to victory for Kamala Harris is getting smaller and smaller. And it looks, we don't know what's going to happen in Arizona, although Trump is probably in a better position to win that than any of the other states, at least going into election night. So right now, the betting markets in the New York Times, with their percentage of victory, chance of victory, are reflecting what so far has been a really good night for Donald Trump and very disappointing for Kamala Harris. It's possible she could lose all 7 swing states, but it's way too premature to say that. But
right,
I'd rather be Trump than Harris right now.
If you may just say one quick thing, and then I promise I'll be quiet for our viewers. Just piggyback on what Tim Donner was saying with the black vote. If you look at Anson County in North Carolina, Trump, that county is 40% black, and Trump won that. And he's the second Republican to do so in more than a century. That's quite an indictment on this of the current election cycle for Mr. Trump.
But I just heard from our editor-in-chief that Maricopa County is in a dead heat at the moment. So
but it's still so early.
It's so early. There's, that could be I'm not going to speculate. But they would be the major county weighing in, and they would also have the most populace. So that is an interesting thing to probably look at for, we'll obviously be talking about that the next hour.
Although we do have almost 50% of the vote in Arizona, and according to the Associated Press, Trump has a slim lead, 0.2% over Harris. And I think people would be more surprised if Harris won Arizona than any of the other swing states, because it tended to be swinging further in Trump's direction the later in the race we got.
So one of the things too, Tim, that I just noticed is that Virginia just put Kamala Harris ahead of President Trump.
About 0.6%.
But not much.
Yeah,
Not much, about about 0.6 of a point. But some of the things that in Loudoun and Fairfax County in Virginia that are the most populous, it seems as though the cultural issues weighed most heavily in the minds of the voters there. One thing I think too that is important in looking at all the analysis, you find that in terms of race and ethnicity, that Kamala Harris has done worse than Joe Biden did in 2020 in just about every demographic. And so from that standpoint, from a Republican perspective, the momentum has sort of certainly increased for them.
For Harris or for Trump?
For Trump, for the Republicans.
Let me add something else here. You guys may have heard about this shock poll on Sunday from the Des Moines Register saying, oh my God, Kamala Harris is up 3 points in Iowa, which was on nobody's radar. And all of a sudden, the Democrats were celebrating, and all of the major networks were saying, well, if she wins Iowa, then, game on. She's going to win all those blue wall states. Well, in fact, right now, Donald Trump is ahead by 12 points in Iowa, and is projected to win by 8 to 10 points. So the Des Moines Register, which has always had a reputation of being, on the leading edge of polling and very accurate, is going to take a major hit because that
I want to see who they polled. I want to see what their audience was. Did they just poll their staff?
No, the majority of the folks that they polled, and even to their credit, they did admit this, most of them were Democrats. And so what did you expect? What kind of an outcome did you expect?
Well, the sense was that the suburbs were going to be dominated by Kamala Harris in Iowa and elsewhere. And of course, to dominate in the suburbs, you have to dominate the independent vote. And Harris is not doing that. Independents are favoring Trump nationally. Don't quote me on this, but I believe it's by 6 to 8%. Once again, just like with Trump getting 23% of the black vote, if that's accurate, Kamala Harris has no chance to win.
I think we need to look at the RFK factor
in Michigan
on this. I mean, he really threw in and had a great following and threw in behind Trump, and with that kind of the open party look, we've got Democrats, we've got independents, we've got all of these different people now joining on, not being asked, but asking to join that Trump presidential campaign. I think has really played well with the independents, especially in states like Arizona.
Well, independent voters tend to put the economy first on the list. That's the one thing that most independent candidates have in common. Pocketbook issues, kitchen table issues. So it's not surprising that Trump is ahead because of the economy and inflation.
I think too that something that's going to come out of this election
GOT.
is that the fascination with celebrities may take a nosedive after this election because with Kamala Harris as well as Hillary Clinton, who tried to wrap up her campaign with a bunch of celebrities, and so did Kamala Harris. And to the best of anybody's knowledge, in the analysis of what happened, it didn't move the needle one bit.
Well, in fact, I think that it could have been counterproductive because it just sort of cemented the idea that Kamala Harris was the candidate of the elites, the rich, the Hollywood, and establishment, and the left wing.
Right.
And she didn't learn anything from what Hillary Clinton did in 2016, where she had every major Hollywood celebrity and Bruce Springsteen and Obama, of course, and everybody for that huge rally in Philadelphia the night before the 2016 election. Didn't help her a bit.
Well,
But
because
Kamala Harris thought suddenly that it would help her. There's no evidence so far that it has.
And the escapade with Beyonce not performing and people walking out and booing, and that wasn't the last time either that people at a Kamala Harris campaign rally booed her. And toward the end, it became rather frequent.
I'm sure Graham was disappointed.
I think I need to hear from Graham. Graham, why aren't you talking?
Oh, well, no, I was just taking in. I mean, I'm so besotted with Hollywood celebrities that I was.
You can hardly help yourself.
I was just enjoying hearing about them, but no, I mean, of course, it is funny because the Democrats always insist that and have for such a long time now, at least a couple of decades anyway, insisted that the Republicans are the party of the wealthy and the party of the so-called one percenters, and yet, yes, the last two presidential hopefuls from the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton, both spent all their time rubbing shoulders with a group of people whose combined net worth is probably, maybe $1 billion or more. So it was kind of interesting.
I'd say that really, any one of them
the only
was
high
worth
dollar
$1 billion.
The only high profile, high dollar guy Trump has got on his side is Elon Musk, pretty much.
Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, don't forget Hulk
Hogan. So I think that's a pretty big one.
Something else also makes the statement that, those people, those celebrities who have great fame and fortune and wouldn't be even touched by a failed presidency by either candidate, are at liberty to just go ahead and support someone where they wouldn't have to pay the price for failed policies. And I think people pick up on that too. Like, what does Beyonce care? She's got it made. Oprah Winfrey's got it made. All of these celebrities, they've got it made. So it's easy for them to come out and endorse someone to make them feel good about themselves.
So,
well, I think they just think that they'll look cool, and they don't look cool. Nobody wants Beyonce as the president of the United States. They want somebody that's gonna secure their borders and make sure that people can feed their kids. They don't. Who cares who you're rubbing shoulders with? Who cares? I mean, my people don't.
I think it might have actually been counterproductive.
I think you're right, Tim. I think you're absolutely right.
One of the things that bothers
that's what I was saying. Basically, it's not a good look for the party that pretends that they're basically the champions of the poor and the downtrodden, and that their political, their political opponent party is the party of the rich one percenters. And I don't think it makes you wonder whether the top people in the Democratic Party, the movers and shakers, are not perhaps a little out of touch, with how ordinary Americans think. And I think that's the problem. I think that's that party's problem, is they've really completely lost touch, and they seem to think that Americans will just be so bowled over by the fact that all these big stars are endorsing their candidates. But they don't seem to realize that from a financial point of view, Americans they are crunching the numbers, and they're like, well, this person who's endorsing Kamala Harris is worth, tens of millions of dollars. And that she's telling me that, well, I grew up in a middle class family.
Well, think about this.
You've got, I'm sorry, Tim. Dave, you got 20 seconds, and then we're
Okay, what I was
Okay,
going to say
good.
is that the North Carolina race has grown closer. But one of the things that happens in these nice temperate climates, you have all the folks in the high tax areas, New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, come down to these areas of North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and they they tend to bring their politics with them, and so this may be what is happening in North Carolina and why they haven't called it for Trump. Plus the fact that it's getting closer, and Trump's lead is down to just about a point now, and so at any rate, one of the as an interesting aside, went to a restaurant in Nashville, went into the door of the restaurant, and in Nashville there was this big sign that says, "If you're not from around here, just remember why you came."
All right, guys. Hey, we're going to have a lot more for you coming up at the next bottom of the hour. In the meantime, you can go to our website, libertynation.com. We have a one-stop shop for all your election needs, including stats at a glance. Now, Liberty Nation does not endorse candidates, campaigns, or legislation, and this presentation is no endorsement. We'll see you back here in just a little bit. and welcome back to the Election Night Live with the Conservative Five. I'm here with Tim Donner, Andrew Moran, Dave Patterson, and Graham Noble. A lot of news happening now, and let's just get right in it. I'm going to start with Graham. What do you got?
Well, Sarah, I've been obviously, we're all watching the top of the ticket race, but I've also been watching some of the Senate races and a couple of them with great interest. And one of them is, since we were last here on live on air, the race in Ohio has been called, and it's been called for Moreno, the Republican challenger. So Sherrod Brown, the once and future king of the Democratic Party, has lost his seat. Yeah. So, and it was like a 4.6% margin as well. So that's not particularly close. And the other interesting race I'm looking at in terms of the Senate is actually in Wisconsin, where Tammy Baldwin looks like she might be the Democrat incumbent. Tammy Baldwin looks like she might possibly be in trouble as well. So, if you're a Republican right now, you're feeling pretty good about the next Congress and how much control you're going to have in the Senate. So that's kind of interesting.
So are we waiting on the Tester race? Is that what's going to determine where we're at, or what's the U.S. Senate?
Well, actually, at this point, Tester would be just an add-on because
right, exactly, Tim.
Republicans exactly right. Are at 51 now. Casey's in trouble in Pennsylvania. As you say, Tammy Baldwin is also in trouble in Wisconsin. So realistically, the Republicans could have a 54 to 46 advantage in the Senate, which of course is a huge turnaround. And then the attention will turn to the House to see if the Republicans can win the trifecta. And the House is very hard to call, because each congressional district is 435 of them. About 10% of those races are competitive. And as of now, it's very hard to tell. Republicans have picked up at least one seat in the House, giving them like 221. But it's really too early to call. But here's the headline of this hour. Outside of North Carolina, where Trump has already been projected to win, but including North Carolina, Donald Trump is leading in all 7 swing states, all 7. That would be Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Yeah, some of them could turn around, but the national patterns of voting make it seem somewhere between possible and probable that Donald Trump will sweep all 7 battleground states and win up to 335 electoral votes. But the Moreno pickup in Ohio is huge because it's sort of a bellwether. In Ohio, Trump won in 2016 and in 20 by 8 points. This time he won by 12 points. In Florida, in 2016, he won by 1.5 points. In 2020, he won by 3 points. This time, he won by 14 points. That kind of vote generally is reflected across the country. Florida's not so isolated that its results are irrelevant to the rest of the country, and you see it now happening.
It's a great melting pot.
Well, and I'll go back to the betting odds now, which are at 90% for Trump. And the New York Times is calling it 89% likelihood of Trump victory. And going state by state, the New York Times, no friend of the Republican Party, need I say it?
Nope.
Here's what they're saying. In Wisconsin, they give Trump a 67% chance of winning, 70% in Pennsylvania, 66% in Michigan, greater than 95% in Georgia, 64% in Nevada, and 75% in Arizona. That sounds like the likelihood of a sweep is in the cards for Donald Trump.
I'd hate to see this to be another deja vu all over again. Didn't we see this in 2020 where it looked pretty promising, and then miraculously overnight, it didn't look so good anymore.
No, no, that was nothing like this.
Okay.
Every state like Arizona was really tight as a drum. Pennsylvania, Biden was leading from the beginning. No, this is closer to 2016.
Okay.
But
Yes.
Trump's share of the vote is considerably higher. And he's much further ahead earlier in the evening than he was in 2016. And the pathway to victory now for Kamala Harris has to rest on massive turnouts in suburbs and cities in the 3 remaining states where she still has a shot, which are the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And once again, those states, ever since George Bush won in 1988, those states have voted in lockstep every single election, which means all 3 go the same way every single time. Almost every time it's been Democratic, except for 2016. And this time, Trump has leads of 2 to 4 points in each of those states, though the voting is still the returns are still fairly early.
Well, I think it's interesting to note that the Trump party and campaign is cautiously optimistic in direct contrast with what Fox is reporting, that the Harris campaign is not answering calls anymore. They're not speaking to reporters. They're hunkered down.
I think the question is, if this goes the way it looks like it will, what Kamala Harris would do for a concession, whether she would concede at all. I don't think we know. Stacey Abrams in Georgia lost by 50,000 votes in her gubernatorial race, and she never conceded. Of course, Trump never conceded in 2020. I would think Kamala Harris would have to concede if the outcome turns out to be as one-sided as the odds now favor.
But perhaps it's premature to talk about this, but if there is a clean sweep for the Republicans, Democrats really have to perform a post-mortem of the party, just like Reince Priebus did in 2008 after there was a clean sweep by Obama and the Democrats. And it all comes down to one thing. It's the economy, stupid. No matter what the polls showed, how there was more people worried about state of democracy and abortion, it all came down to the economy. People absolutely hate this economy. The consumer surveys, they never recovered to where they were before the pandemic. Real wage, which of course is inflation adjusted, it's been negative since 2021. People's finances. There was an exit poll that came out a few hours ago, and it showed that families' finances said they were worse than they were a year ago. So people just absolutely hate this economy, and that's really influenced this election. You talk about Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown, he's the head of the Senate Banking Committee, and I've watched this guy for years during these hearings. And when it comes to inflation, he just says the same thing over and over again. Oh, it's because of corporate greed and greedflation, as opposed to addressing the real root causes of inflation, which is of course federal spending and the Federal Reserve. Of course, that's a different issue for another day. But overall, it's the economy stupid, and the Republicans, they have a lot on their plate if they have a clean sweep. They'll have to tackle so many issues to juice the economy again, and the budget.
Well, I think the Democrats are going to have to do what they did after the Michael Dukakis disaster in 1988. They tacked to the center. They picked Bill Clinton, and he won 2 terms, running as a centrist, as a moderate Democrat. And, he was charismatic and all of that. So the Democrats basically would have 2 potential courses of action. One would be to go after Trump like they did when he won in 2016 and throw everything at him, impeach him once, twice, 3 times. But if they do that, I think they're cutting their own throat for 2028. The other choice is to say, look, this whole radical Black Lives Matter progressive thing did not work. We lost an election to someone who we couldn't even conceive of losing to. And so if they can't take a look at themselves and say, we need to move tack to the center, then they're just going to keep losing.
Well, Dave, you know what, Dave, you and I had this discussion once, and it seems like the backlash for a candidate such as Harris, who never really earned much of anything going forward in this process. I mean, she was basically plucked and installed. And I don't believe that people who want to save democracy thought that was a good idea. I mean, she never got a vote. So, do you think that's still what's going on in people's minds? Do you think that has had any effect on what we're seeing?
Yeah, I think it may have influenced some, hardcore old-time Democrats who really valued the process and the system and thought that that was the way to go. And this anointing is something that was entirely new to them, and they weren't particularly pleased with that. But in terms of an overall impact on this election, I'm not so sure that it had as much as, say, race or ethnicity, where you had among white voters, 43% went for Kamala Harris. You had 53% of white voters go for Trump. But the thing that really, I think, was kind of an eye-opener for the Democrats was that the Latino community went for Trump at 40%. That's just beyond what they had ever thought would happen, with 56% going for Kamala Harris. And Trump getting 15% of the black vote at last count, that was much better than anyone had.
Well, the Associated Press actually is putting that number at 23%. And if that's true, you're talking about an essential realignment.
No, that's right.
Of the American electorate. Yeah. I mean, who would have thought if you went into a coma 20 years ago, who would have thought that you'd wake up and find the Democrats were the pro-war party of the elites, and the Republicans were the anti-war party of blue-collar America? That's the transformation that has occurred in the Trump era. And even if he somehow loses this election, which is increasingly unlikely, you have to consider this the greatest political comeback in American history. Let me ask you a question, each of you. What odds would you have given on January 7th, 2021, that Donald Trump could recapture the presidency?
I didn't even think he would throw his hat in the ring. There you go.
I actually thought at the time that he would run again, but he wouldn't win the primaries. I suspected, my belief at that point was that there were maybe enough Republican voters out there who, perhaps, whether you think that's justified or not, had kind of a bad taste in their mouth about his reaction to the 2020 result and kind of were turned off by that. And so I think I expected him to run again, but I did not actually expect him to win the primaries and win the nomination.
Yeah, I saw pictures of him after that period. He looked relaxed. He looked like he lost some weight. His tan looked great. It looked like he gained some more color in his hair. It looked like he was just having a grand old time. And then, lo and behold, look a few years later, he's on the verge of winning again.
I think we have to look at arguably the most flawed political strategy in the history, at least in memory, that we know of in our lifetimes. And I've lived longer than all of you except Dave. Sorry, Dave.
It's okay. I've learned a lot from you, Tim.
And that is...
That's an offhanded compliment right there.
And that is that... See, now I'm losing my point. Dave, you interrupted me.
I'm sorry.
No, but it's the most flawed political strategy we've ever witnessed, which was basically Trump was largely dead in the water. In November of 2022, Ron DeSantis had just won a resounding victory in Florida. He had become the default frontrunner. And Trump's unveiling of his third candidacy, his announcement, was dismal, and there was hardly anybody there. It didn't even get much attention. He was still down and largely out. And then the Democrats started arresting him. 4 different cases, and each time they prosecuted him or indicted him, his numbers went up. And so what they thought would kill Trump forever actually brought him back to life. And if the Democrats can't see what a failed strategy that is, then they just need to look in the mirror, because it's incredible how they just kept piling it on. And every time they did, Trump's numbers,
he just grew stronger.
Popularity went up.
Yep.
I think too, though, if you pay attention to Donald Trump and throughout his career, it has been a career in the building trades of overcoming bureaucracies, regulations in order to build large buildings. He has not had an easy road of anything that he has done, really. And so if listening to the Joe Rogan podcast, you get a really good insight on his thinking. And the January 6th thing for him wasn't all that big a deal. I mean, it was another thing that he had to conquer, it was another challenge. It was another project that he had to overcome. And I think that's how he sees everything. He's very task oriented, and it's overcoming challenges, and he does it better than anybody else. And I think the evidence shows that.
Well, guys, we're going to wrap this one up. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour. In the meantime, go to our website, libertynation.com. We do have a one-stop shop for all your election needs, including stats at a glance. Now, Liberty Nation does not endorse candidates, campaigns, or legislation, and this presentation is no endorsement. See you guys at the bottom of the next hour. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
And welcome back to Election Night with the Conservative Five. I'm here with Tim Donner, Andrew Moran, Dave Patterson, and Graham Noble. Lots of stuff happening now at the bottom of the hour in a majority of states and across the country. So let's get all in it. And I'm starting with you, Dave.
Okay, well, I thought I would talk a little bit about something that we haven't actually discussed, and although foreign policy isn't high on the list of people's cares, two items really are. The Wall Street Journal went out and they polled people having voted. And the first question they ask is, do you favor or oppose aid to Ukraine in the war against Russia? The strongly or somewhat in favor who voted for Harris, their percentage was 66% favored continuing aid to Ukraine. For Trump, the number was 31%. Those that strongly or somewhat opposed aid to Ukraine, the Harris crowd was 28%, but the Trump folks were 68%. If their elected legislators follow the will of their people, this could be a problem for aid to Ukraine. When it came to Israel, and the fight against Hamas and Hezbollah, those that strongly or somewhat favor continuing aid to Israel for Harris was only 41%, whereas those who strongly or somewhat favor continuing aid to Israel from the Trump side was 56%. These are not big numbers. These are not overwhelmingly impressive points of view. Those that opposed continuing aid to Israel in the Harris crowd, 58% opposed or somewhat opposed, whereas fewer in the Trump side of 38%. So even though foreign policy may not have been high on people's list of important things to think about when they voted, when asked about them, they became more of issues.
So you're saying that that really wasn't a big factor in what people were voting on today or yesterday?
Well, when you pose the question, what do you think of foreign policy writ large? Well, it doesn't kind of rise to much of an occasion. But when you start asking specifically about specific foreign policy issues, the answers are very much different.
Well, it's always been, and it has been throughout, 3 years, 4 years now, inflation and immigration. I mean, those are the top issues that people have been voting on, or have been talking about.
It's interesting, this whole business about democracy and protecting democracy came up, and Biden tried it, Harris tried it, and then that soon-to-be infamous Des Moines Register poll that said that Harris would win by 3, when in fact she's trailing by 12 or 14 points, said that democracy suddenly was the number one issue for people, and therefore Harris was going to win. And that argument just never really floated. That was a January 6th argument, that if you elect him again, this time he'll actually refuse to leave the Oval Office and all of that. But, of all the remarkable things in this Trump historic comeback from the ash heap in early 2021 is the fact that in Michigan, and this is a guy that called for banning Muslims famously, right, during his 2016 campaign. In Michigan, you had 2 Muslim mayors who endorsed Donald Trump. And why did they do it? Because they felt that he would be the candidate who would truly pursue and be able to achieve peace in the Middle East. And so people forgot a lot about the peace part of peace and prosperity. They voted largely on prosperity, but the peace was an issue too, albeit a distant one, but people could feel the rumblings of a potential World War III. occurring in the Middle East, together with Ukraine, Russia involved, and now Iran and China supporting Russia. This was an issue in the background, but I think it added to the kind of mosaic that Trump presented to
I think it
voters
bubbled
that
up pretty
Harris
good.
couldn't.
I think it bubbled up pretty good, and people were starting to, voice that, standing on the precipice of a big old cliff, one good shove, and there we go. And I think that was more important than maybe we have all given it credit for.
Well, we'll find out in the exit polling. Exit polling is not good for presidential preference, but it is quite useful when it comes to issues and the things on voters' minds.
Graham, where do you see us being here at bottom of the hour on a Wednesday?
Well, it's still, mathematically, this race is still open, although I would have to say that the vice president's path to the White House, as they like to say, is kind of getting pretty narrow. I'm watching the House races as well at the moment, and that's kind of a bit of a nail biter. I mean, basically, where we're at now is the Republicans have a majority in the Senate in the next Congress. The House could still possibly go either way. Republicans are looking like they're pretty close to maintain, maybe holding on to their razor thin majority, but it's hard to tell right now where it stands with the House. At least according to Fox, is the Republicans have 179 seats and the Democrats have 147. Although that gap has been kind of narrowing just over the last 20, 30 minutes.
It would be
it's
surprising. It would be surprising if the Republicans did not control the House again, mostly because, as we discussed earlier, ticket splitting is increasingly rare. And with Trump winning the way he is winning, it's still possible, of course, that Harris could rise from the grave and somehow make this enormous comeback in these blue wall states. But down ballot, people voting for Trump are generally going to vote for the Senate candidate and for the House candidate. And you see these already. Bernie Moreno has taken down Sherrod Brown in Ohio, and Republicans are close to winning 2 Senate seats in Michigan and Wisconsin. So you'd have to favor the Republicans continuing to control the House. Mike Johnson, by the way, has done an excellent job of campaigning. He was all over the country. He's apparently a good fundraiser too, the Speaker of the House. It would be a big triumph for him.
Yeah.
Well, we know the crowd.
I tend to agree, Tim. I mean, I think the Republicans are going to end up with another very slim House majority, but yeah, I think they will probably hold on to it. Yeah.
If I may interject quickly, Georgia has been called for Trump by both CNN and NBC News.
Right. But not yet by AP, apparently.
But now the next conversation from what just occurred on NBC News was, should the Democratic Party have ditched Joe Biden for Kamala Harris? And that is going to be the next question now for a long time. Should Trump?
That's going to be all anybody's going to talk about for a month.
Well, that's a ridiculous conversation because, Kamala Harris, I don't think you can actually blame her for the loss. Biden's going to get blamed because he's the one that set the table, who refused to step down when it was obvious to him and everyone around him that he wasn't up to it. And after that debate, I think tonight would have been, maybe a 40-state landslide for Trump, because Biden was essentially a zombie by the time he pulled out of the race. Harris, at least, was a live person who, I think she ran as good a campaign as she could for someone who is just really a weak candidate, one of the weakest we've ever seen.
Well, Jen Psaki, she said on NBC News that Kamala Harris didn't have enough time to campaign. She only had 107 days to convince voters to support her.
I think it would have been worse. Maybe
that's a lesson that the Democratic Party needs to learn.
I think it would have been worse if she'd had longer to run.
Well, I think that what happened in the Democratic Party is that the elites got in charge, and you had people who were not elected. You know, Obama was nothing. I mean, he was former president. Okay, nice job. You know, you get your retirement pay, but you shouldn't have all that much say in who's going to be the next president. You notice that George W. Bush was not particularly intrusive into this whole process. And but you had people who were quote unquote the Democratic power brokers, and they anointed this lady who was totally unprepared, totally without skills. And this is what happened. Had they just followed that congressman from South Carolina who said, we need to go to the convention, we need to put a slate of folks up, and we need to have a process by which we choose through voting a candidate. That way you have these delegates who represent their states, and so you have a quasi-democratic approach to doing it. But they didn't do that. And that has led to this problem that Vice President Harris is facing tonight.
Well, one of the problems that Harris had in this campaign is that she's never been tested. She's never been challenged. She dropped out before the starting line in her own presidential campaign. She wasn't challenged in California for the Senate because it's a far left state. She never has faced serious competition. In fact, she didn't face any competition this year, so she wasn't tested and she wasn't, battle war. Whereas Donald Trump was everywhere all the time, 5, rallies a day, and he has been tested like nobody in history, right up to the point of nearly having his head blown off. And he's come back from every single one of those things. So if you want someone in a position like the presidency, I think most people are going to pick someone who's been tested and proven to be able to fight through almost anything. And Donald Trump certainly has done that, whether you love him or hate him. He has overcome incredible obstacles to get to the position he's in tonight.
Well, I would guess that, those hidden shy voters have decided they're all in for somebody who will take a bullet and come back up and keep fighting. And I think that appealed to a lot of people, even very far left. Mark Zuckerberg said, after the assassination attempt in Butler County, Pennsylvania, he said flat out, the guy's a badass. I mean, and you always know where you stand with him. So I think that was Harris's problem to overcome. I don't think she was prepared. As Tim said, she was never ready for a challenge.
And I think it was another problem with her campaign was the kind of mixed messaging over. I mean, she'd been vice president for 3.5 years or so when she was kind of anointed as the nominee to replace Joe Biden, and she never really, there was a lot of talk about where like there's these silly kind of sound bites like we're not going back, we're going to turn the page, we're going to, but we can't. And she kind of campaigned as if Trump was actually the incumbent.
Yes.
She said, we can't go on, we can't do this anymore. It's like what Tim Walsh said in one of his rallies. He said we can't take another 4 years of this. Well, another 4 years of what? Another 4 years of Kamala Harris. I mean, it was so silly, and they never got that message straight. And then when of course Kamala, in one of the few softball interviews she got, I think it was maybe on The View, in fact, they asked her, well, what is there anything you would have done differently that, from what Joe Biden did? And she said, well, nothing comes to mind. So it's like, on the one hand, you're saying, well, we're going to move forward in a new direction and we're going to make everything better. But then
you just don't know how.
But the president who I was his number 2 for 3.5 years, I can't actually think of anything that he did that I would have done better. It's like, Americans were surely looking at that and going, well, none of that makes any sense.
I think in the end, it's going to be Joe Biden that's going to take the blame for this, because what he should have done was, after the Democrats did better than expected in the 2022 midterms, he should have declared victory, pulled out, said, I beat Trump, I accomplished that. We saved the midterms, and now I'm going to pass the baton. You could have had an open primary when Kamala Harris certainly wouldn't have won. In a competitive primary, you could have had any number of Democrats who were far more impressive and qualified for the position, and they would have gone through an actual contest. But by the time he pulled out, it was too late, and they almost had no choice but to just go to Kamala Harris by default, or have a divisive race leading up to their convention, a hastily assembled primary, and that wasn't going to work either. So the fault really lies with Joe Biden.
Cedric Richmond, Harris campaign co-chair, he just delivered brief remarks from the Harris headquarters, and now everyone's dispersing, everyone's leaving. So I'm guessing he was telling them that Harris will not speak because everyone's just leaving. The crowd's on. I have the video on my left side here. I'm watching.
The question is whether she will concede tomorrow if things go the way they're going now, or if she'll demand recounts in some places or what. I don't know. I think it'll be fascinating to see.
Yep, I guess that's a good place to leave it. Wow, what an experience tonight has been. But we'll be back not tomorrow. We'll be back in a few hours at 11:30 a.m. to wrap this coverage up. But in the meantime, just to keep going on any kind of updates, go to our website, libertynation.com. We have a one-stop shop for all your election needs, including stats at a glance. Now, Liberty Nation does not endorse candidates, campaigns, or legislation, and this presentation is no endorsement. We'll see you guys all back here tomorrow, or still today, sorry, at 11:30 a.m. Thanks, guys.
Sleep well.